Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the second day of the Ocean Challenge 2022. We will now begin our morning section with international school presentations. Please welcome Team Dasi from Vietnam with their proposal entitled Eco Solution.
And hello everyone, we are the C, and now let's start with our presentation. Since the Industrial Revolution began, the globe and mankind as a whole have accomplished several notable feats, and when the globe expands, new issues emerge. Among these, there are increased waste and causing the depletion of natural resources. That's why my team published this report to identify and propose new measures that can help improve the situation. And now we will start with the tables of content first. We have status and reasons of marine pollution, used methods and limitations, conclusions and recommended methods, recommendation reason, implementation plan, tip roles, budgeting, and target outcomes. Now, let's watch the video about marine pollution.
Today, we'll learn about water pollution. Clean water is mandatory for life. When water gets polluted, it becomes unhealthy for everyone. Water pollution has become an increasing problem on our Earth, which is affecting human and animal lives. Water pollution occurs when chemicals, waste, or other particles cause a body of water to become harmful to everybody. Let's see the causes of water pollution. Natural causes, sometimes volcanoes, animal waste, algae, and silt from floods cause water pollution. Human causes. Some human causes for water pollution are sewage, fertilizers and pesticides from farms, waste from factories and construction sites. Acid rain. Acid rain can turn lakes acidic, and it kills fish and other animals. Oil spillage. Oil spills generally happen in the ocean and cause many devastating effects to animals, plants.
I've watched a brief video on marine pollution, and now let's enter the main content of the presentation. For the reason of marine pollution, we will divide it into two groups, natural and human activities. And for the natural causes, we will start with ice melting. The second is lava eruption. Smoke from lava falls into the ground, inorganic mercury. And for human activities, we have soil erosion, plastic waste, oil spill and shipwreck, overfishing, chemical pollution, marine entertainment, industrial emissions, harmful used PCB, and finally is microplastic and harmful chemicals in cosmetic.
And now with the trial and limited option, we have first of all desalination. What is desalination? Desalination is the process of removing salt and mineral effect to make usable fresh water from seawater. Implementation process. First, use a device to transport seawater from the sea into the factory. Second, reserve osmosis process. Thirdly, stable pH concentration process. And lastly, drinkable fresh water. With a restrict. First, limitation. High cost and high energy consumption. The amount of reactive fresh water is limited. Salted water is discharged into the sea, increase the temperature and oxygen of the ocean. With burning and burying solid waste. Burning and burying are used to treat solid water. Burning process. Burning process, this approach is used to dispose of the waste that cannot be disposed of in any other ways. Waste is disposed of in an incinerator. The gas produced by the combustion process will be cleansed before being discharged into the environment. And the sludge ash will be buried. And with the restrict, burning garbage will reduce a lot of harmful gases and cause insurance effect on human body. And with the burying method, waste must be buried in a designated area. The landfill must be located far from the residential area, ensuring the safety and robust planning. In particular, this method requires us to control over the decomposition process of the solid waste. The process of treating solid waste by landfill method is carried out as follows. And with the burying process, collecting garbage into the pit, spreading evenly, spreading reverberation, compressing, cover the soil, and adding waterproof, coating the last layer of the soil. And with the restrict. Plastic waste is difficult to decompose in the natural environment. Each type of plastic has a different number of years of decomposition with a very long time, such as hundreds of years and sometimes thousands of years. Animal is if plastic waste can die, leading to extinction, causing ecological imbalances. Plastic waste, which is not treated well, will directly affect the air and water environment. When buried, plastic water will make the soil unable to retain water, nutrition, and prevent the process of oxygen gas passing through the soil, causing adverse effects on the growth of the crop. Moreover, it can contaminate water sources, causing the death of the brown microorganisms that beneficial to plants, and with wet garbage pollutes nearby water resources. Wet garbage affects the water used in daily life and agricultural products. Wet garbage decomposes into microbes, threat to animal and human health.
Biodegradable nylon, the first I will tell you about definition. Biodegradable nylons are proteins that can be automatically decomposed in a certain short period of time and converted into environmentally friendly organic compost. However, in fact, biodegradable nylon is divided into three categories. The first is plant and adjectives. Plants here are often used as cows for flour constant externally. They are considered this time quite highly technological and scholarly equivalent. The second is traditional plastic additives. Additives here are used for the purpose of saving the project's structure and have a process of decomposition compared to traditional nylon. Biodegradable nylons have a softer decomposition curve and their price can be twice as high as protective, the same time traditional nylon. And the last one is traditional plastic blends activities with a combination of two categories upon. And then I will say you something about limitation it. Repairment research so does not pyrolysis vehicles only are organisms after a month in the water. When it's poured outdoor, it becomes head or decomposed into microplastics and return itself for about 27 months when burned and dried. The second is the fresh biodegradable, also for user MS don't think that they just throw away this bag and then they will disappear. In addition, throwing plastic waste into the area of recycled plastics can make the traditional plastics cannot be recycled because the cellulose substance in bioplastics make requiring traditional plastics. Tonight I will some in common of health safety. All of the biodegradable nylons contain composition, averages and only have 12% limit. Therefore, when say reduction biodegradable nylon products directly contains with foods, especially house or frozen foods, the sub-chemical will come into food and start health effects. Next is in terms of friendliness and environmental protection. The first is GPIs being polished biodegradable nylons to contain 40 to 50% transparent plastic in the composition. Therefore, although the decomposition time is faster, but when being retained into the environment, they still directly affect the soil and natural water resources. Biodegradable nylons protect near standard conditions like temperature that affects the faster rate of decomposition. In normal natural environment condition, the composition period can be longer. And the last one, biodegradable plastic products may only break down into small plastic fragments, polluting the environment.
Now I'm going to depart conclusions and recommended method. According to the above information reports, we could conclude that the solutions also cause many side effects. Although there are some methods with significant results, it still comes with consequences. So to be highly applicable, 3 criteria are set out to be successful. It doesn't affect the environment, it doesn't contain toxic chemicals, and it has reasonable investment costs. Based on the current situation and the criteria above, we have devised 2 following methods. Proposal 1, garbage filter with installed at drainage pipes. Proposal 2, certification of cosmetic products without microplastics. About the proposal 1, we propose because it's simple, easy to implement. It has high efficiency, which significantly reduces the amount of waste into the sea. Also reduce the cost of manual garbage collection manpower, but it has a disadvantage in high installation and production costs at first. About the proposal 2, the reason we propose are because it can reduce the amount of microplastic and cosmetics released into the environment. It's a good marketing campaign for cosmetic companies. It's also raising customer selection standards and awareness about cosmetics containing microplastic that harm the environment. It will take marine life and human health. Now I'm going to talk about our implementation plan. About the proposal 1, suggest to cooperate with location unit, survive the price of garbage filter, then look for a reasonable price. So in the location, find workers, survive installation costs, talking with local organizations to support the installation, performance statistic achieved, and finally expand after the test. Next to the second proposal. First, they make a research about the harmful effects of microplastic in cosmetics, complete the research report, prepare documents for registration of certificates, finding the organization for cooperating, then cooperate with lawyers to make the certificates complete the certificate, propagate the harmful effects of microplastic in cosmetics to the environment, and finally, cooperation in providing certificates for cosmetic brands.
And now we will move to the team roles. For the garbage filter, our team's role, in summary, is to survey, find equipment and reasonable prices, bring people together. Bring people together to implement the installation plan. And for the non-plastic oxybenzone cosmetic certificate, in summary, the role of our teams is to research, cooperate with organizations to register for the certificates, propagate the harmful effect of microplastic in cosmetic, and finally achieve a cosmetic industry that no longer contains microbeads in oxybenzone. And for the budgeting, the garbage filter need approximately $7,200 per system, and for the certification is approximately $2,000 to $5,000 per certificate. And finally, we move to the target outcomes. Our target outcome is many localities are easily accessible to implement Proposal 1 due to the simple form. Reduce tons or more of marine litter. Cosmetics companies and brands can use Proposal 2 to promote products and improve product quality for customers. Minimize the amount of chemicals from cosmetic into the environment. And that's all. That is our presentation. Thank you for watching our presentation. Goodbye.
As for considering this kind of the situation and decide a different way to deal with the environmental problem. But I have two questions for the team. First, at present, many drainage pipes are not exposed externally. So how can your plan can store the garbage filter grid? Second, how about the cost to install your whole design? Moreover, you mentioned that you want to cooperate with a local community. But what do you mean the local community? Is the household level or town level or even county or country level? Thank you.
Okay, this proposal has a lot of space dealing with elaborating several pollution issues such as the desalination, garbage landfill, and the nylon pollution. But it's a little bit It's a little bit confusing to me that you identify these problems, but you don't say much about the potential actions to deal with these problems. Okay, and so maybe you can try to elaborate more on the potential actions to deal with these environmental issues that identified in your proposal. And the second question is that you mentioned that the two petitions, which are setting a filter net, and the other is a certified cosmetic not containing microplastics. But I also wonder what would be the feasible or the concrete actions that your team would like to propose to realize these two proposals, to these petitions, especially in terms of financial feasibility, in terms of technological feasibility, and even in terms of the legal or administrative actions. Thank you.
One of your proposition is to ban microplastic from cosmetic product, but I have to tell you that plastic microbead was banned in cosmetic product in Taiwan already. So did you do a survey to see if they're still present in the cosmetic product in other country or even in Vietnam? The second question is, oxybenzone is still in use as an ingredient in the sunscreen, and you proposed to ban them, but did you come up with a replacement? Everything has its own purpose. If you ban one thing, you have to replace with some alternatives. Since oxybenzone has its own original function, so did you come up with a replacement?
We'll check the issue continuously. The certification of commercial products is usually done by some authorized agencies with dedicated testing facilities and skilled experts. I'm wondering how you will conduct such a test and certify the cosmetic products. Please clarify.
The proposal is very interesting. I'm wondering, could you explain more about the garbage filter grid? What's the frequency for maintenance and clean the garbage? And what's the cost for this activity? And if someone donate $10,000 to your team, what's your priority for proposition 1 and 2? And what's the reason for your decision? Thank you.
About the first question about the levels of local communities we want to collab with, we can collab with the communities with the levels of neighborhood, a small area around us, or the city or country or around the world. It depends on how much we can expand through this process, and for the cost, that's we need to it needs to be flexible through the process, through the timeline that we make this process. And for the filter net, for the clean garbage, we need some of collector, and the cost of the filter net depends on the collector salary, store and the cost of when we collab with the local communities, we need the money to spend through that. And for the filter, the filter net is just a really easy way to collect garbage. And for the donating, we can funding through some of the organization, from some of local organization, or for the government, from the government. And the reasons that we designed to do the proposal 1 and 2. For the proposal 1 is that we want to decrease the amount of garbage through collecting them from water. So when human litter the garbage, it will follow the rain and go along the water to the ocean. So this is the easy and very great way to collect it through the garbage filter net. And the second proposal is certification. That it's depends on human awareness, and we can use it for advertising, and it will raise the human awareness about choosing cosmetic when using it. And in the future, it might take time, but in the future, it will raise the awareness, and people will know more use the microbits containing cosmetic.
Thank you to the team, Dassi, for their presentation. Next, let's welcome Team Hero of Ocean from Vietnam with their proposal entitled The Serious Problem of Ocean Pollution and the Proposal to Solve It by a Drone.
Hello everyone, we are Hero of Ocean. Today in this presentation, we would like to discuss about the serious problem of ocean pollution and the proposal to solve it by a drone. Firstly, I want to introduce to you the members of my team. You can see the background information of my team on the slide. Everything in this world we use comes from the ocean in some way. The air we breathe, the water we drink, even the products we use day to day would not be possible without the ocean. That's why the issue of ocean pollution is so important and needs to be addressed as soon as possible. We depend on the ocean for so much in our life. Without that, we will surely become extinct. People seem to think that since the ocean is so large and vast, we can dump as much waste as we like into it, and it will never have an effect on us. However, since we have been polluting the ocean, the evidence of ocean pollution becoming a major problem is all too clear. As you can see on the slide, these are the pollutants entering the ocean. And to present deeply, this is the annual amount of plastic waste entering the ocean from 2012 to 2018 in Vietnam. And there are 4 parts in this presentation, which are pollutants, polluters, solution, and the last one is conclusion. So we hope you can concentrate on our presentation as much as possible. Okay, so let's move to the first part, pollutants. Pollutants is divided into 2 kinds, solid waste and liquid waste. Solid waste, commonly known as trash or garbage, is a waste type consisting of everyday items that are discarded by the public. Garbage can also refer specifically to food waste, as in a garbage disposal. They are ubiquitous and very easy to find. For example, we have waste tires, furniture and toys, garbage, bottles of water, and the second one is liquid waste. Liquid waste can be divided as such liquids and waste water, fats, oils, gases, or sludges, and hazardous household liquids. These liquids that are hazardous or potentially harmful to human health or the environment. For example, you can see them on the slide, which is toxic waste. So we will move on to the second part, which is polluters.
Moving on to the next point, we will discuss the polluters, which cause ocean pollution directly. Generally, ocean pollution is caused by 2 factors that are human beings and nature. Obviously, nature accounts for a low ratio, and the main reason is human beings. Okay, firstly, when it comes to the polluters from nature, we can't skip the volcanic eruption. Surface volcanoes eliminate some pollutants, which lead to acid rain as well as other consequences. Those volcanoes emit carbon dioxide, which affects people's health, results in acid rain, and destroys nature. Besides, underwater volcanoes also spill lava, carbon dioxide, and other elements, which affect marine life directly. At that time, marine creatures will have to live in a polluted area, and they can be extinct. The next is acid rain, which pollutes water so that marine populations will die. The next is the source of waste from human beings. The one that has the highest ratio is domestic waste. However, they don't dissolve that leads to the pollution. Sewage from factories is also a main reason. When the factories produce something, they will eliminate some pollutants, especially sewage, which causes ocean pollution. Medical waste is also a serious problem. Finally, when the world becomes more modern, it means that the technology enhances, and it also causes pollution. Firstly, the oceans will be affected by radioactive power stations. It releases poisonous chemical elements into the environment. Secondly, the amount of smoke from automobiles seriously affects the environment and creators living there. And actually in Vietnam, some groups of backpackers clean up the beach on their way. However, they have difficulty in that activity because they don't know where the wastes are. Therefore, we want to have them with a drone.
Okay, next we will come to part 2 solution in our presentation today. First, about materials. To do it, we will need 4 main materials. A drone is a main key which led to the success of this project. It will find the waste and garbage source. Some professional controllers to control the drone carefully, avoiding the obstructing things. Some minibuses to be vehicles for people to get there, and I think employees to collect the waste. Okay, let's come to our general principle of operation. Firstly, the controllers will start a drone flying. They will watch it work in a big screen of the remote control. Secondly, the drone will fly among the river, lake, beach under our control. And of course, it stops at place we want to take photos of the waste. And we will want always the drone sees through the camera. Thirdly, it's taken photos to us to handle. Finally, we contact some organization to go there and collect it immediately. After listening that, we will have a question. What device will we equip to the drone? They are a module LiDAR, a module GPS, infrared camera, and a camera. This is about the function of some parts of drone. About module GPS, the drone can identify the location. Camera have the drone identify where the wastes are. Module LiDAR show 3D map, and infrared camera you can see through clear water. About the employees, we will contact backpacking group, yacht volunteer organization, or fishermen. They are friendly and love protecting environment. I think the cost to rent or pay for them will low. When the trust lies in the seaside, we will ask the inhabitants or organize outdoor curriculums for children or some activities in Sunday, Saturday. That's fun, but they are allowed trust lies in the middle, beach or lake. We have to ask the fishermen to go there with their boat. But everything has two faces, and so do our solution. First, disadvantage of our solution. We cannot apply this idea in rainy day. Why? Because rain affects drone a lot, and it is difficult to identify this condition. Drone will also be affected. It is not a totally automatic device, and energy of a drone is limited. Drone cannot identify the waste lying on the seabed. And about our advantage, it is very, very practical and easy for people in collecting their waste. We can minimize the waste in the near future, and I think the percent success is about 80%. Let's look at our budget. And if we want to make our proposal more successful, we will need the next budget for the next time we practice it. After we find and collect the trash, we gather and classify carefully. Then let's sell them to some recycling centers. They lend us money and recycle it. After that, they sell them and receive money from some consumers.
In conclusion, our idea is maybe simple and it can't support people too much in protecting the oceans. However, with a strategy that prevention is better than cure, we hope that our contribution can help people to protect the environment as well as the oceans. And finally, all of us join hands to protect the environment because of a clean earth. Thanks for following.
As we know, using drones has recently been recognized as a possible method for marine debris survey. And for the team, thanks. I appreciate that you also worry about the marine debris. However, I I have two questions I want to ask you. First, you mentioned that drone cannot identify the waste lying on the seabed and it only operates in a limited area. But I think these are two big issues for cleaning marine debris on the beach. So do you have ideas how can they be solved? Second, because you want to clean beaches after the flight, do you mean public will gathering at one place first and wait for the flight back, and then you clean the beach? Is it your design? Thank you.
Here I have two minor questions. Okay, you have the present solution, right? You're using the drone, the unmanned vehicle to detect, to monitor the marine debris. But I just wonder, could you specify more on how this device can have enough resolution to detect the marine debris? Okay, and how can it differentiate the objects that the noble objects that already exist at the sea, and the marine details that the device is looking to search for? And the second question, that the futuristic proposal is relevant to is to use the AI to monitor marine data. And I just wonder, because the AI involves algorithm of something, I don't know. And so your team can answer me question, how you use the AI to improve the function of the drones or the unmanned vehicle to monitor marine debris. Thank you.
Your proposal is very simple by using a drone to locate the marine litter. You mentioned that your drone will equip with infrared camera to see through unclean water. I wonder, have you tried it in coastal ocean to see its performance? How deep can you see in this application? The second question is that you mentioned that you want to recycle the garbage to make money. Do you have any recycling technology in mind that you can use to convert the waste into usable product?
Okay, I also have two questions for you. In the project, you plan to hire some people to collect the marine debris and wastes. Why not just work with volunteers? Number two, in your plan, you plan to buy the drone and the mini boats. It seems that you spend a lot of budget on this kind of facilities. Rather than buying these, is it possible for you to find some way which can solve your problem, but not just put your budget on all these kind of facilities? Thank you.
Yeah, the project idea is interesting, but the cost is very, very high, so expensive. So is there any way to cost down for this project? On the other hand, is there any minimal viable product, MVP idea could be applied to make this project doable? Thank you.
Okay, and now I will answer all my question. Firstly, is about the seabed. Because as you know, we are 10th grade students, so we don't have so much knowledge about the technology. So now I can't have any idea about some solution to clean the dust or clean the waste on the seabed. And however, in the future, I believe that if the technology enhances, I can apply some more modern technology to discover some waste on the seabed. Secondly, is about AI. I think that because as the aforementioned information, we are 10th grade students, so we don't have any knowledge about AI. It's so hard for us. So I think that if we apply AI to our solution, I need the support from some student from college or university, or we need chance hands, volunteers, and we need some professional to support us for that action. The next is recycling items. That if you ask me about the technology items that are recyclable, I think it's hard because technology is something that is hard to recycle. If you ask me what items that I will recycle, I will answer you that is some household items, structures, decorative items, or everything that you can make it to beautify your house. And yeah, we think that that is the recyclable items that we can do and we can make to solve the waste. And the next is how do we reduce our costs? We think that it depends on how we do it in the future. For example, because it is an idea or this is a solution for us to solve the trust in our local. So I think that I need the support from the authority. So I think that the authority will support us with us in the amount of money. So I hope that I can ask the authority some permission to do this solution, and they can support us some money. And about I want to talk in addition to the AI. As you know, we have modern GPS. It provides a drone an automatic exactly return and automatic orbital flight. So AI is not necessary. And about the recycle, to reduce the cost, we have some recycling center. We will sell our trash that we collect to them, and they will get back our money. So I think they have to reduce the cost. Or if we can change some waste to recycling center. Now in my country, there are some scientific research competition, and I'm joining in a competition that I will dissolve the polyester based on nano technology. So after dissolving it, we can recycle to some household materials or some other materials that can help us. So I think that idea can be help us to have the money to do the next action. To sum up, I think that we have to collect the waste as our possible. We don't collect all the trash, and we just collect the trash that we can save or in the sea surface. And it is all. And our idea is simple. It can show the trust in our local structure canal, and we don't have any idea to make it more complicated in the to collect the waste in some large area such as ocean. However, I believe that the technology, the modern technology and your support can help us to collect the waste, to join hands to protect the environment as well as the ocean. And that's although it's small, but we believe that we can protect the environment and the earth in the future.
Thank you to Team Hero of Ocean for their presentation. Next, let's welcome Team Under the Sea from Vietnam with their proposal entitled Plastic Pollution in the Ocean.
Hi, everybody. We are Under the Sea. We and our creation, Geofan, represented Nguyễn Hữu Huân High School in Vietnam to participate in Ocean Challenge 2022. Our team has 5 members. Phan Nguyễn Ngọc Lan, as known as our team leader, Nguyễn Ngọc Khánh Ngân, Vũ Ngọc Anh, Nguyễn Ngọc Ái My, and Trần Thị Mai Oanh. In order to raise people's awareness of ocean issues, we will try our best to show people why and how we should protect the ocean. Thank you for having given us an opportunity. See ya! So about 2 years ago, I read an article on newspaper called How Destructively Pollution Affects Marine Life. In that one, I saw a photo showing a turtle with a plastic ring. As what I described, you will think that it isn't a big issue. Then you have to see this actual picture. Or we can talk about a dolphin massacre in Japan every single year. Fishermen lead them to a hidden bay to avoid the observation of animal lovers all around the world, and then they kill them. It always seems impossible until it's done. There will be some day that ocean life being destroyed resulted from environment pollution and food resumption of people. So right now, this is time for us to do something to prevent it. And that's why my team are looking forward to participating in this contest to raise people's awareness about ocean life or environment issues in general. First, we will talk about source. Where does the garbage come from? The garbage typically comes from household and commercial waste. It also comes from irresponsible plastic consumers. According to our found statistic, around 20% of plastic in the ocean comes from human activities at sea, generally fishing. And where does the garbage comes to? Discarded plastic items will usually end up in the ocean, and most eventually flow to one of the garbage patches. Oceans polluted with plastic are having severe impact on marine wildlife and the health of the water. The report looked at hundreds of studies, and out of 940 marine species were examined, 701 had issues with ingesting plastic. In total, 354 of them got tanked in plastic. The carcass of a sperm whale washed up on the Indonesian coast Sulawesi. People discovered inside the belly of this poor whale contained up to 115 plastic cups, 4 plastic bottles, 25 plastic bags, 2 pairs of flip-flops, 1 plastic bag, and about 100 other plastic debris, a total of 6 kilograms. And nearly 200 other animals in the ocean also eat tons of plastic waste discharged by humans every day. The death of this whale has alerted humans to the level of pollution that the sea is suffering. Next, we will talk about the advantages and the disadvantages. Advantages of the plastic items is that it's a cheap production. Also, it's light, less fuel consumption during transportation, it's durable, resistant to chemicals, water, and impact. It's versatile, can be molded into many shapes, and its longevity, which turns out to be a threat of the environment. Extreme versatility and ability to be tailored to meet specific technical needs. About the disadvantages, it takes up to a millennium for plastic items in landfills to decompose, can only be recycled for a few times, less fuel consumption during transportation. Once in the ocean, plastic decomposes very slowly, poor heat withstand ability. And number 4 is the consequences of using plastic items, or we can call it plastic bags. Negative impacts on human health. Plastic contaminates seafood consumption, drinking microbeads via bottled water, breathing in plastic, land, air, and groundwater pollution, decrease in tourism. The whole process of making, storing, disposing can be harmful. And we will talk about our creations, Geofan. So we consider that if no action is taken, the plastic will increasingly impact our ecosystems, health, and economies for decades or even centuries. To solve this problem, we not only need to close the source of plastic flowing into the ocean, but also clean up what has already out there. To achieve this goal more effectively, we come up with the idea of creating an artificial cleaning machine called Geofan. Body structure. So the outer body structure simulates a dolphin, including teardrop-shaped body, rumpa smooth, caudal fin, dorsal fins. It's long about 7.5 to 8 meters. The forehead is equipped by radar to notify obstacles. The skin is composed to artificial dolphin skin, a drainage hole on the back. The internal structure. The abdominal cavity turns into a place to store garbage. The mouth has special bristles that resemble whale's mouth bristles. Batteries to store energy, and the Geofan is connected with the app on your phone through the radar on its forehead. So how can the Geofan contain water and garbage? So the mouth of it, similar to a humpback whale's mouth, its mouth contains 2 baleen plates work as a drainer. Behind is a water storage, which is connected with the blowhole. So let's weigh the pros and cons when you use our creation. So the pros are it beautifies the landscape and attracts tourists. It's easy to control and check its progress. It reduces the effect of engine on the marine. And what's its cons is that it's expensive and hard to produce. And there can be a little amount of fish get stuck in the machine. Fascist, thank you for your attention.
The thing, I think you have a very good idea for developing a new marine litter collector. At this, they have the very cute shape, and people may happy when seeing it during the cruise. However, I think you may have the many challenges that you need to face them. So the main question from me, I want to ask, what's the difference between your design and other marine litter collector? I mean, it's like the difference with the collection size or long time to be used, or your collector can have larger space to collect more litter. So could you explain more and clarify more for us? Thank you.
It's not a new idea to use the marine debris collecting devices to remove or to identify, to monitor, and to further remove the marine debris. But I think the key issues are the function, the function and the efficiency of the device to remove the marine litter. So in this perspective, I will have 2 minor questions for the team. The first one is that because this proposal just said says that using radar to detect marine debris. So I just wonder how using radar can collectively or identify marine debris. Could you please specify more on this technology? And the second, using radar means that you need the device needs electricity. Okay, so how you make sure this device function well at the sea? when this device needs the electricity? Thank you.
In your proposal, you indicate the pro and con, and you say that the con is that the price is hard to produce. So have you checked with the engineer to see if your conceptual design can come true? And the second question is that I think your idea, the Geofan, is very cute, but in reality, I think the function of the device is more important than the appearance of the device. You should focus on how efficient you can collect and transfer the garbage, and the device should be easy to maintain. What do you think on this matter?
Yeah, I have two questions for you. The number one is since the project is only 1 year, and so many previous reviewer, point out that your system could be too complicated. Could you please briefly describe how you plan to build the machine and test it from scratch within 1 year? For the second question, please also describe briefly how you will build it and make it remotely controllable. Thank you.
Yeah, I think your project is very interesting, but also very challenging. I encourage you to have spend more time to make it possible. And so what's your timeline and budget for this project? And what's the most possible way to have the first step successful? Thank you.
So first of all, I want to mention the electricity, the energy that the Geofan will use. So we'll use the energy coming from the sunlight, like the hot water coming up from the tap from your bathroom, like that. That's one is you use the sunlight electricity. We'll use the same thing. We'll do the same thing. And there will be an app connected to the Geofan that will tell us how much energy left is there in the Geofan and when we're gonna recharge the Geofan. And I don't think this technology is something extravagant. There is already available. So I think the Geofan will work fine underwater for that. And my team member will continue, please.
Okay, so I will talk about the difference of our creation than the other trash collectible creation. So I think the difference is the first one, of course, about its appearance. So it will, because of its appearance, it will attract more tourism and tourists to visit the beach or like where that use our creations. And the next one is that it can be more flexible for you to choose the zone that you want, what you want our creation to clean, while the other creation, I think that you will have to move it. You will have to put the other device into the place that you want to clean. But with our creation, you just choose the zone in the app, and our creation will like swim to that and clean that zone for you. So it will be more comfortable. And I think that our creation will have the larger place to maintain the garbage.
No, Anne, please, can you continue?
So for the third question, we haven't had the chance to
communicate with an engineer. So we haven't thought about it much about the budget and stuff. So I think we will have to answer that question on a later date.
Okay, so those are the questions that our team were able to make out because actually it's kind of hard to understand what they're talking about. I just want to ask something. I think there are only 3 people who asked questions, right? Because there are 2 of them. I heard that they were talking about how we should spend our time more on the project, so they will make it so it will be possible in the future. So that's the last professor, right? And then the another person, as he said that we should focus on the function more than the packaging. Then for him, I'd say we're having trouble with that because we don't have that much knowledge when it comes to technology, and we've been struggling with the actual function inside. So I think if we're gonna make this possible, then we need more time, I guess. That's like one of the biggest problems that we're facing right now. I think there's another one, which is how we're gonna make it controllable. I'd say it's also one of the things that we're working on, but we're thinking of like an app, and I think I would let one talk about this a little.
Thank you to the team Under the Sea for their presentation. Now, please welcome Team Ocean Z with their proposal entitled Plastic Waste Recycling via Pyrosis and Marine Plastic Pollution Awareness Strategy.
Hello, everyone. This is the presentation of our team about the stated topic. It is estimated that up to 13 million metric tons of plastic ends up in the ocean each year. When disposed, the plastic breaks down into microplastics, which bring about serious effects on our ecosystem, the human health, the tourism, and the climate change. The sea creatures can become entangled in or ingest plastic debris, causing suffocation, starvation. Several chemicals used in the production of plastic material can cause developmental, reproductive, neurological, and immune disorders. Plastic waste on beaches and landscapes can damage the value of tourist destinations. There is evidence that plastic exacerbates climate change. Solar heat can cause the plastic to release powerful greenhouse gases, leading to an alarming feedback loop. Therefore, we, OceanZ, have come with some solutions. So first is to drastically reduce the amount of trash that manages to get into the ocean by setting up the blockage. Second is to raise people awareness of marine pollution through an application that we name it ePlast.
About a machine, the machine is composed of 2 parts. One acts as a collector and the other is a processor, converting the collected trash into useful sources of fuel or energy. We plan to situate them at the ocean doors, where the rivers and ocean are connected, and it's where the trash tend to store up in huge heaps. First, about the trash gatherer, the design will be that we will put a barrier about 50 meters downstream in the river of the boat that will be used to guide the trash into the boat. As the trash heads towards the boat, a conveyor belt will catch it, lift them out of the water, and drop them onto a conveyor belt. As the trash goes down the belt, it will be constantly crushed, which will flatten plastic and shatter glass. And at the end of the conveyor belt, there will be some bins to hold the trash. When the bins are almost filled, a sensor will detect the amount and send a signal telling someone to replace them with a new one. How this will be supplied that, we will use some solar panels installed on top of the boat with a couple batteries so that the boat can run during the night, cloudy days, and rainy days.
And that is about the trash gatherer. And now I will move on to the next part of our ideas, and that is the pyrolysis chambers. The trash gatherers will deliver the trash up to the top of the chamber, where it will meet a hatch, and the trash will be dropped down. Or you can also put the trash manually through a door, as you can see on the left-hand side. Then there will be a grinder. It will turn the trash into smaller bits, which makes it easier for the incineration process. And after that, they are dropped into a large chamber about 10 meters, about 10 meters in width and 4 to 5 meters in height, where they will be burned at the heat of 400 degrees Celsius and will vaporize into gas. The gas will then be sucked through the next chamber by means of a powerful industrial fan, but not before passing through a wall with many small holes to prevent any unwanted materials from slipping through. And in the second chamber, a layer of room temperature water is always present to cool down the gas. Therefore, a pump will be installed to constantly pump water into the chamber, making the condensation process happen. And the condensed liquid will then slowly drip down and finally fall to a big container placed just below the second chamber. And just like the trash gatherer, there will be alarm systems as well when the limit of each chamber exceeds the amount required. As you can see, it's the dotted line at the top. An alarm system will be activated, shutting down everything. And the final note, the mixture gathered should be brought to specialized facilities for distillation.
To move on to the second part of our strategy, we want to introduce eBlast. It is an application made to help people develop a habit of putting the litter in the right place. And as a result, a significant reduction in plastic is expected. So through eBlast, people can receive benefits from returning packaging of any products to the place they buy them from, or from bringing personal containers when buying food or drinks. So we aim to reach people of all ages, but focus more on the young, as young people can easily adapt to new technologies that are now more aware of environmental issues. So how does the eBlast work? The eBlast consists of two main parts, the calculator and the game. Every user should create an account by email to use the app, and an account will be identified as a code. By every time a user returns an amount of packaging, he or she will get some coins correspondingly, as it is shown in the table below. And 10 coins are equivalent to 100 billion. The coins can be used to exchange vouchers, coupons, top-up cards offered by sellers, or donations to ocean conservancy organizations or characters in the game. Second, we will move to the second part of our application, which is the game Save Our Ocean.
So with the game Save Our Ocean, or we can code it so it's a part of eBlast application with the intention of entertaining users while they use the app. The genre of this game is action, construction, and management simulation. The rules are very simple. First, we have characters like marine creatures and monsters. You can pick any character you want, which is one of the marine creature we create to fight against sea monster. We called it plastic waste. After defeating monster, a certain number of coins will be given, and coins we can use it to build and decorate our own kingdom, because this has a like we can really create our own world that we have thought, that we have think about a very clean environment for our character to live in. The cost is counted based on route. For example, route 1, we give you 5 coins. Route 2, we double it to 10 coins, and route 3 will be 15 coins. And there will be ads display in this game. All the money made from this game will be donated directly to the ocean conservation conservancy organizations. For example, like Oceania or Ocean Conservancy. So we'll move to the next.
So about the terms and the conditions of the app for the buyers should bring the bills for what they have bought and provide the code of their accounts to the sellers to be qualified for getting the coins. They can choose what they want to exchange the coins for. And also, the personal information shared by the users to ePlus will be used for application improvements and further studies on public awareness of ocean issues. And for the sellers provided first the different version of ePlus, including only the calculator by which they type the code and the number of coins their customer get. The sellers can promote their products freely on the ePlus, and they are required to make a commitment to meeting the requirements for the collection, disposal, and recycling of waste products, plastic waste, etc. under the Law of Environmental Protection 2020 enacted by the National Assembly of Vietnam. However, all applications also have limitation, which is strict hawkers might find the application impossible to use as they don't have the bill and the process of paying is usually fast.
And in the next section, we will talk about the budget plan for our project. Our machinery have many different components, which when added up, will cost around $72,000. As for the ePlus app, it will cost around $13,000 for a grand total of $85,000. And now we have reached the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for joining us.
The team, I like your idea to convert the collected trash into useful sources of fuel and energy. Many countries are now striving to develop and better reuse both terrestrial and ocean litter. However, I have the 2 questions for you. First, how much the energy or fuels do you think you can produce? For example, if you only collect the very little litter. On the contrary, how about the size of a trash that you can collect? If they are too big and cannot put into the machine, how can you deal with that? Thank you.
It seems to me this proposal offers a very grand vision, and this vision tries to combine the milliliter collection device and the thermal decomposer. But I wonder its practicability or its feasibility. So would you please specify more on this device, especially in terms of technological points of view and the financial points of view? And the second question is that you try to use this device to convert debris into energy. But how about the litter collected that cannot or not suitable to be converted into energy? So how will you deal with this type of litter? Thank you.
In your proposal, you mentioned you will place a trash gatherer at the ocean door without describing the collection mechanism of this gatherer. I think the device looked like a boat to me. Please explain a little bit about your collection boat. How many steps are required to operate it, and how you decide the location to put it? The second question is the pyrolysis is operated at 400 degrees Celsius. How much garbage can it treat per day, and how do you dispose the ash? can the thermal energy be recovered? All those questions, please explain.
Oh, the solution you propose is actually very interesting. I have two questions for you. Number one, your design is more conceptual than practical because you did not show enough specifications in the presentation. I do not have any idea the size of the device and several technical details, but would you please tell me the size of the device and how many the solar panels are required to make the machine normally operate? Number two, the calculated part of the Atlas system will attract many people, I believe, because they can make money. However, you would need a huge amount of money. Therefore, I would like to know how you get the fund to support to run the Atlas system. Thank you.
I like this project and it's very interesting. And I'm wondering where in Yunnan it's the best place to deploy this machine, and what's the reason you choose this area? The second question is what's the timeline for you to conduct this project? Thank you.
So about the question of how much energy and fuel the pyrolysis chambers can produce, about 1 kilogram of trash is I found that it's roughly about maybe nearly, it's not near, about half a liter to 1 liter, depends on the material and the method of putting in. Well, it's not much if you put in too little trash, but if it's big, if you put in a lot of trash, it could produce a huge amount of fuel, probably about a few liters or maybe a few dozen liters per day. For the next question is about the size of the trash. If one trash bag, for example, is too big for too big to be able to be put inside the machine, I think for now my machine doesn't have the right compartment to do that yet. So I think we have to manually cut it down and put it in manually. For the next question, I think I will answer the question about the funding and finance first. Well, it's because we are all still students, our plans are mostly, just like he said, it's mostly conceptualized and less practical. So we haven't really figured out a good way to either achieve the fund we need or to gain the necessary finance to build these machines. And
we think as a student, I think we need a lot of support from the adults to carry out the project. And just like Tung said, we haven't legals enough to can raise that much money. But I think in the future, when you're 18 years old enough, I think we can to run the app, we can get money from 3 sources. First is from the support of some conservancy organizations. After that, we can return that support from the donation from the use, from the vouchers or from the donations from the users to our apps. And the second source is from the government. We can operate. We can have some support from them to operate the apps. And the last one will be the advertisement. That's the three main sources we will use to run the app.
And well, as for the size collection mechanism, well, the size, it can be just adjustable to fit the river. Depends on the river size. We will try to make it about a fifth or a fourth of the width of the river, so it doesn't maybe block too much traffic. And about the connection mechanism, collecting mechanism, it's actually, we don't have to do anything because we can just place a barrier that's float on the surface, and that will guide the trash into the boat, so we don't have to do much. About where to place it, I think we will place it around the north deltas and the southern deltas, because a lot of big rivers from our country come out the ocean there, and most of the trash are there too. So yeah, it is a good place to place the machine. About the solar energy amount, the solar it's actually not too much either, because there aren't many complex parts. It's mostly just a conveyor belt and some crushers. So let's just say around maybe 50 kilowatts hour energy is enough to supply. Not actually much. And about if the litter is not processable, I think, like my friend said, it's our machine aren't suited for it to process it right now. So maybe we have to place it aside for some other company to process it.
Thank you to the team Ocean Z for their presentation. Now, please welcome the last team of our morning section, Team Seberham from Malaysia, with their proposal entitled Marine Debris, Managing Marine Debris on Coastal Beaches Using IT Technology.
Hello there! The main purpose that drives the urge to propose this project is the beaches, to be frank. We are from the state called Terengganu in Malaysia, which holds its position as a state having beautiful beaches and islands. Yet, as you see in the picture, not only is the beach scenery breathtaking, but we also can see foreign elements there, which we call marine debris. Marine debris include a wide array of waste disposed after human consumption, including food wrappers, plastic utensils, drinking bottles, single-use plastics, and cigarettes. Natural and synthetic polymers dominate the types of marine debris found along coastal beaches of Malaysia, including single-use plastic bags. Although conservation efforts have been taken by multiple government and non-governmental agencies, such as beach cleanups and adopting a beach program, marine debris continues to be a problem. This is due to lack of knowledge and understanding on marine debris and lack of manpower on performing beach cleanup activities.
Malaysia, despite its modest size, has a long coastline of 9,322 kilometers, including East Malaysia with 98% of the populations residing with 100 kilometers of the coast. As a result, waste management in the country is likely to have an impact on the coastal ecology. The situation is worsened by rapid industrial expansions and a growing populations within the coastal environment. Marine debris is a result of improper management of waste. It is a human-created waste that has deliberately or accidentally been released in a sea or ocean, which tends to accumulate at the centers of the seas and on coastlines. The waste originates from a wide range of sources, being from industrial waste, constructions, and demolition debris, as well as waste disposed after human consumptions. These are wastes which are able to bring detrimental effect to the environmental, such as injure or kill marine and coastal wildlife, such damage and degrade coastal habitat, resulting to economic loss to fishing and coastal maritime industries. So, what if there is an app that could help us combat this issue? So that is why we are here to introduce our mobile app, Serpihan Marine Debris Track App, or short Serpihan, a marine debris tracker app designed to enable users to locate affected areas, perform beach cleanup activities held by government organizations and non-governmental organizations, as well as encourage the community to participate in beach cleanup activities, which is the key solutions in managing marine debris on the coastal beaches here in Malaysia.
How can we make sure people from different areas and locations are well aware about the presence of marine debris on coastal beaches in Malaysia? Surely we are not telepathic. Well, our mobile app Serpihan offers just that. The app is designed to be versatile and easy to use for users of all ages. Starting with the main interface, Serpihan is equipped with a menu button, settings button, weather details, beach cleanup activities available, a map showing coastal beaches in Malaysia, and 5 paginations that are represented by icons that divides content into separate pages. These icons are the homepage icon, book icon, camera icon, schedule icon, and users icon. Serpihan is an interactive app where users are allowed to update their beach cleanup activities as well as inform other active users in identifying and locating affected coastal beaches. By downloading the app on the application store, users including active communities are required to sign up on the Serpihan's marine debris tracking app by using their current email, and a password shall be inserted by the users for security measures. Users are then brought to a page where they are able to personalize their Serpihan's account and profile by adding their choice of profile picture, location, and choice of profile name. By inserting their current location, Serpihan will be able to notify users the closest beaches available in the area, connect with users within the same area, and update the weather details.
Users are later directed to the main page of the app, completed with all key features. Now, let's put yourself in a situation. You come across marine debris on your local beach, and you say to yourself, "No, this won't do." But you are alone and you need the manpower. By clicking on the camera icon, users would be able to take on-site photos of their affected local beach. The photos captured will immediately be processed within the app and displayed as shown in the picture. For more details on the affected beach, users can add captions describing the current condition and rate the severity of the affected beach area. Enabling location-based geotag using GPS system, Serpihan will detect the current location of the affected beach. A manual insertion feature is also available for users. The information provided by users shall allow the app to detect and update other active users that the reported beach needs a beach cleanup activity. Individuals who are interested to join beach cleanup activities held by governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations can see upcoming events within the app, together with the location of the beach as shown simply by clicking onto the schedule icon. Other features included within the app shall show users daily weather forecast and temperature to allow users to plan their beach cleanup activities properly. Drop-off time and zones of local authorities such as local city councils responsible for trash and waste pickup will be shown to notify users who are responsible for the waste collection. With this information, users will be able to allocate their time and tally their beach cleanup activities with drop-off time of local authorities.
Now, what if you have the initiative to start your own beach cleanup? Well, Serpihan provides users an easy access to initiate their own beach cleanup activities. Simply clicking onto the beach map, users are directed to a page labeled with activities. Individuals, government, or non-governmental organizations interested in conducting beach cleanup activities of their own using the app will be able to click on the section Initiate Cleanup. Information registered on new beach cleanup will be processed within the app and immediately notify all users of the upcoming activity. Registered beach cleanup activity will be displayed in Marine Debris Track app's schedule. Other features included within the page shall display ongoing beach cleanup activities, recycling centers available, and drop-off zones. We have designed and included available recycling centers, an initiative to allow users to perform upcycling activities. Furthermore, to allow the app Serpihan to be a much more interactive app, we have included an educational section fit to cater users of all ages. By providing educational videos and informative instructions, the app would be able to assist and educate users on proper beach cleanup methods, identify different types of marine debris, and conservational efforts on marine debris. Each educational video shall be uploaded by University Malaysia Terengganu's team of conservationists, Marina Club. Thus, photos and videos available within the app are efforts made by members of the club. Data summary is an important part of the app that focuses on aiding and improving data on marine debris in coastal beach of Malaysia. Users who have registered to join beach cleanup activities or have initiated one through the app shall be noted through Serpihan's notification to perform a beach cleanup survey. The focus of the survey is to collect data on marine debris collected around coastal beaches in Malaysia. By clicking the activity section, users will be directed to Marine Debris Track app's Beaches Clean Up Survey. Sections on types of marine debris ranging from plastics, glass, metal to cloth will be provided to users. Once users click on their chosen section, different kinds of marine debris under the chosen section will be displayed with photos as references, such as plastic bottles, plastic bags, or plastic straws. Based on the type of marine debris collected during beach cleaning activities, users will be able to track the type and amount of marine debris collected. By submitting the survey, data will be processed and stored into the app's database. The data will be analyzed to provide users the total number of marine debris collected. The summarized data will include total number of marine debris items collected overall, the total number of plastic bags collected, and average number of marine debris items will be displayed. By collaborating with University of Malaysia Terengganu, data collected through the app will be helpful in conducting further research.
To face challenges on managing marine debris, we believe that Serpihan's Marine Debris Track app is an innovative and integrated approach that is suitable in leaving an impact not only towards the marine coastal environment and its community, but also towards marine and environment research community as well as the economy that supports sustainability. Through this app, we would be able to link the public community with active conservationists and researchers who are eager in combating marine debris issues in Malaysia. We would be able to aid marine and environmental researchers such as researchers in University Malaysia Terengganu in collecting needed data that would provide useful information to implement necessary measures in further managing marine debris. Furthermore, when we designed the app, we made sure that the app educational section could introduce and aid the public to perform their own beach cleanup activities as well as perform upcycling activities where waste materials or products such as plastics are turned into products of higher quality. Upcycling would benefit the environment as it is also the recycling of waste products. Economically, upcycling would be able to support local and rural industries as these items could be sold into the market.
In conclusion, the Serpihan Marine Debris app is vital in combating issues on the management of marine debris. Most importantly, the app makes sure the public community itself is active, aware, and educated about marine debris issues in their local coastal beaches. By doing so, the app helps in instilling strong conservation efforts in the local community in Malaysia.
I like the team's idea, and I feel that you have the very good presentation and wonderful promotion on your idea. But I still have the two questions for you. First, how about the time frame for your project? Do you already have the app, or you are going to develop the app and going to perform and encourage the community to do this? Second, I'm wondering how can we confirm and evaluate the last two proposed in your project? The last two proposed you mentioned is you want to perform beach cleanup activities and encourage the community. But how can we know you really have more cleanup activities, especially to encourage more and different people from different communities? Maybe they all come from your participant and not from the different communities. Thank you.
Using apps to monitor debris is a very popular approach. And we also know that there are a huge number of apps available in the internet online. So I just wonder how you make this app that you designed can stand out as a one that the public or the students are very interested in using it. I just wonder the popularity of this device is high or low, and what would be the advertisement or actions that you would like to take to promote this app. Okay, and the second is that when the data are recorded in the app, okay, and what would be the follow-up actions that your team is going to take to further the efforts, to further the initiatives to reduce the marine debris problem? Thank you.
In your proposal, you create an app that can help to coordinate the beach cleanup activity. And it actually collects a lot of data submitted from the user. I just wonder if this app can help to produce some useful statistics from the beach survey. For example, if it can show the dirtiest beach or the most affected tourist area, maybe it can help to bring user awareness of the problem. The second question is, how do you promote this app? I mean, more people using it will make it more successful. How do you propose to attract more people? And the educational material in your app who create the content, if the educational content are interesting, it will help more people to join.
Yeah, my question is actually similar to the last three reviewers. I have to say the proposal of the ocean debris app is quite practical in your design. However, is there any similar app in Malaysia, in your country, just in your country? Okay. If yes, is there any interesting feature in your design to attract more people? I hope that you can create a very fantastic one so that you can create an environmental movement in Malaysia. Thank you.
Yes, I also think this project is very interesting and doable. And I'm curious what's the advantage and disadvantage for your project compared to other app project? And what's the specialty for this project in Malaysia and make your project successful? Thank you.
Okay, hi. First and foremost, thank you for the question. So for the first question, the question was, is the app available or is the app going to be developed? So as for now, the app will be developed because we don't have the app itself yet, but we are hoping that after the competition, we could proceed with the development of the app because we have also connected and also look for tech companies who are willing to help us develop the app. So that is the answer for the first question.
So for the second question, I'll be answering. So how to encourage different communities? So the way before we kickstart our app, we would be inviting all the targeted communities for them to initiate the beach cleanups first as a first step. So that's the way we could engage different communities so that they could spread the word among their communities and other communities as well to take part in the beach cleanups. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be answering the third question, which is about how the app stands among the other similar apps. So our distinct feature of our app is we have a reward system which can encourage people to join beach cleanup activities, and we also have weather details so people can plan on their schedule, so they can schedule their time more better if there is a bad weather during that day. Thank you.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, regarding the data or
database of the app. What I can say is that how we are going to provide statistics from the data is that first we crowdsourcing the data in a database where we will store it in the UMT server or our university server within the Ocean Hope portal, which is an established portal before. So it is a portal where the portal is about education website, and therefore this database will be used by UMT scientists to come up with their statistical analysis and provide statistics on our marine debris problem. Okay, that's from me.
So for the next question, which is the time frame of the app. So we believe that in the next 10 years, the app will be used for research purposes, and more beaches will be targeted to include more zonations. But for now, we are trying to target in Malaysia. But we would like to also target neighboring countries like Thailand, China, Philippines, Indonesia. And the app will be a connective platform for all NGOs, which is non-governmental organizations, for now. And we are aiming to go big in the future.
Yes, also, if I may add on the statistics, I would like to say that if we have the data, we can use for the research. Since our universities are marine-based and also one of the research institutes, so we do believe that our university will help us to make more connections with different countries by sharing the idea of the app. So also this app can be a connective platform for all the non-governments that interest to save our Earth. And on the time being, we do have few connections, and we are trying to connect with other organizations for a better future.
So I would like to answer what are the interesting features we had. So there are different beach cleanup activities, apps in Malaysia. However, our app are different from them because besides on focusing on data collection, we also focus on connecting and engaging with the community, local authorities, non-governmental organizations, and experts in order to instill the value of responsibilities towards beach cleanup. At the same time, we would like to spread awareness, which is why one of our most interesting features is we include our educational section where we would promote and share knowledge on how to perform beach cleanup activities and proper methods.
Thank you to Team Abraham for the presentation. After the morning presentations, it is now lunchtime. Please enjoy your lunch, and we will come back at 1 o'clock. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin our afternoon sections of the Category A, College and Graduate School teams. Please welcome 2022 CJCU International Roots and Shoots team from Changrong Christian University with their proposal entitled Using Micro-Unmanned Vehicle Modules Combined with Environmental Education to Improve the Pollution of Marine Caused by Coastal Aquaculture.
Welcome everyone to Taiwan 2022 Taiwan Ocean Youth Forum Challenge. And here is 2022 Changjung Christian University International Roots and Shoot team. And there is Michael, Annalie, Fazile, Leila, Abdin, Nixon, Shamin, and I, that is Vincent. And we are our advice, that is Professor 18. Our proposals have 6 parts, that is introduction, material and method, expected results, discussion, conclusion, and reference as well. Starting with the first part of introduction, we have analysis of problem. This proposal, we have accumulation of natural and man-made issues, and then we have also pollution and marine debris as a result. So, what are we looking for here for this impact in the pollution of the ocean? That we have human health risk and also marine life endangerment. Looking to our store, we are IPSD, International Program for Sustainable Development. What are we dealing with? We're dealing with river watch and marine conservation. And in the river watch part, we have public participation, river cleanup, and in the marine conservation part, we have citizen science and marine life. But all of this have one main goal, that is environmental education. So we can see here, we have 2 pictures that show the impact of marine pollution, that the trash that collected from marine, from the beach shore. So here there is 2015 and 2022, that's the current one. And we can see is the current picture that we did as a student in the marine cleanup. And here is the one is from Water Environmental Patrol Team from CGCU, and the second one we did it in Tainan Gold Coast Beach cleanup in the current year. So in the part of material method, I will keep my friend proceed.
Since we are students, so our main focus will be in environmental education, in which our proposal should have 3 main categories, which are air, water, and land. In air, we're going to have the drone survey, and in water, we're going to have the underwater survey, and in land, we're going to have beach cleanup and marine debris art station. In air, we will do the drone survey, as I said earlier, and the picture shown is the aerophoto took in the Tainan Gold Coast, and the black things which are shown in the picture are the oyster floating shelters, which are not good in the environment. So this is the short description of how the drone will be working. So the drone will be will be doing the survey to the ocean and taking the data, find out the hotspot in which there is a lot of accumulation of garbages and trashes. And soon after we get the data, we'll be directed to our workstation. And then later on, we're going to have the underwater survey, in which the underwater survey will be using the unmanned water vehicle. And this will help us to know more about the situation of the water. And as you can see, the pictures, these 2 pictures are for the pieces of polygon floats. And also, the other picture is about is showing about the situation of the oyster. So, in terms of the land, soon after we collect all the trashes from the water, I will be making a workstation, monitoring workstation, by using the trashes collected from the water. And as you can see in the picture, these are the IPSB students. They try to gather and collect the trashes from different places, and then they made different structures. This is the appearance of our monitoring Earth station, in which, first of all, we're gonna have the QR code, and everyone who will be visiting this place, we will get a chance of scanning the QR, and they can see our website, and they can find out more about the environment education. In terms of our building, inside there will be a display in which we'll be playing different videos about our project, and also this place will be as an education center in which a lot of local people and also students will be invited to come here to learn a lot about environment education and about the ways that they can follow to protect our water bodies. And this place, this building will be built in the Tainan coast. We will ask them a special piece of land to do this.
Environmental education is a very vital part in our project, just because day to day we produce garbage and we do not know, or citizens don't know where their garbage ends up. International students from the IPSD department do environmental outreach programs at primary schools where they talk about environmental education, the effects it has to our marine environment, and also the effects it has to us as humans. Environmental education is also being showcased on our website, as you can see on the picture at the top right here. You can find out more about our team, the work that we do, and different environmental cleanup campaigns that we have done in the past. If you want to take part or be a part of our project or our proposal, you can contact us on our website as well. Environmental education is being brought by CJCU students, I would say, because it's a combination of a lot of clubs where we talk about water, air, and land methodologies, where we want to incorporate by using the marine debris that we find, by making marine art, by educating the general public and also educating people about lowering their use of garbage that they produce on a day-to-day basis. We want to use this to incorporate by using marine debris art. Path of expected results, as we can see here on the Golden Coast area, is we have the Jane Goodall Institute and also CJCU, Changchun Christian University, working, coinciding with the NGO and also with the government of Taiwan, and local community, which includes our volunteers, community leader, tourist company, and divers. All of these people are working together to making our proposal a lot better and making our proposal a little bit more easier by doing educational outreach programs, by advocating, and also by doing beach cleanup and helping us by doing environmental education as well. We want to focus on, our main focus is on the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the quality of education, life below water, and partnerships for the goals. These are the main SDG goals that we abide by during our proposal. Conservation experience to our home country is that we, in the near future, we want to be able to apply this proposal into our home countries as well by doing environmental education and outreach program, and also how we can lower the consumption and also the use of garbage in our specific area or in our community back home. Our conclusion focuses on localizing these issues from a local level to also pushing them to an international level by the promotion of sustainable oyster farming, how we can also encourage farmers to farm sustainably and to find alternative methods that will not affect our marine life and also protect our marine life in the near future. Our conclusion to our project is the drone underwater will help to determine where and what kind of plastics can be found at specific locations and will make it easier to access such waste to be removed. Our main goal is to spread environmental awareness not only to the primary level education institutions, but also to secondary and tertiary level institutions. Students from CJCU will take it upon themselves to spread awareness about air, water, and land methodologies to the general public, to bring awareness of the negative effects of unsustainable waste not being disposed of properly and not only affecting the citizens on a physical and environmental health, but also tampering with our marine creatures, water quality, and air quality. Our consumption and production practices are inextricably tied to the quantity of garbage we produce on a day-to-day basis. Our energy production, product consumption, and irresponsible waste management all contribute to climate change, which is affecting our society right now as we speak. By releasing carbon-based particles into the air, which are released when petroleum products are burnt or not being disposed of properly. As a result, the air becomes warmer, resulting in a devastating greenhouse effect. So, a zero waste lifestyle not only keeps garbage out of the landfill, but it also helps to lessen your carbon footprint as well. We want to conclude by each and every aspect and stage of this promising wide project exists to symbolically progress one another, resulting in a cross-coefficient synergy that solves a multitude of issues via a collective solution of international conservation project in Taiwan. Waste is not only an environmental problem, but also an economic loss. And to end off, these are our references that we have used to help us and guide us through our project. And thank you for listening to our proposal. This is our team attached here.
Team, I like your concept to integrate cleanup and education, but I still have two questions I want to ask you. First, your project topic focuses on micro-unmanned vehicle module, but you mentioned less. So you want to use the current exist unmanned underwater vehicle, or you will develop by yourself. So please focus more on this part. Second, I found that you paid attention on fishermen education in agriculture, but you also focus on education. So how about this? Please explain more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also very interested in your proposal by using the unmanned vehicle to deal with the pollution caused by oyster farming. But here I have two minor questions for you. The first one is that how you use the micro unmanned vehicle module to monitor the pollution data, given the vehicle doesn't have the physical contact with the water. And what you mean by pollution? Is the pollution by what? By styrofoam, by floating devices, or etc.? And the second question is why and how you can attribute the pollution, if you gather the pollution data, to the cause of oyster farming when your team monthly patrols the beach and monitor the water quality. Thank you.
Changlong University, I have two questions for you. The first, that you propose an underwater survey to detect pollution, but I think since most of the debris are floating, I wonder what you can see underwater. It is hard to observe pollution. Are you going to take some sample to measure water quality? That will be the first question. The second is that the problem is styrofoam material in fishing gear. I think we'll know that. Can you resolve how the fisher to use different environmentally friendly material as fishing gear instead? Please explain.
Okay, I have two questions too. Number one, in the presentation, you talked about the marine debris art monitoring station. Could you explain briefly how you will maintain it after the project is over? Number two, in the conclusion, you point out that the project will promote the sustainability of oyster farming. Could you briefly describe qualitatively or quantitatively how effective this project will be? Thank you.
Yeah, I think your proposal is well prepared, and I'm curious. Do you have any experiments to operate a drone for the survey? And could you share your experiments how to operate a whale for the survey? The second question is you will conduct this activity at Tainan. And I'm wondering, after Tainan, is there any other place in Taiwan you think is feasible for this work? Thank you.
On the question about the ad station, so as we all know that we'll be using the drones to get the data or maybe surveying the areas. So marine debris is regularly removed from the Golden Beach every month by the students from the school, and then maybe engaging also with other community members. And the debris is used, or it will be used, to create the marine debris installation art. So by linking environmental education with the installation, this will help to promote the separation of recycling of marine waste. The installation will be set up in the Golden Arc as an interactive exhibition for visitors and locals. This will also present environmental education and also information to visitors and locals, like you have seen in the art design. We have a barcode where you can scan to get more information about what is happening with the debris, and also get more information on what you can do to try and fight, or to try and alternate or find a better way of growing the oyster without using the foam, which is the bigger problem that we have now. So the artwork of this sea waste installation will be made partially of the plastic or the foam from the marine waste to promote the exploration of related issues. Okay, in terms of maintaining the art station, as we have mentioned, that we'll be using the waste from the seashore. So in our school, as you know, that every semester or every year we have new students coming in. So when these students come in, the school will train them and they'll be teaching them. So in terms of how to maintain and also keep the art station in good, in good condition. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, can I proceed with the next question? Because there is other question saying how we will maintain this, the situation of pollution, and the other is how effective this project is. So starting with how we will maintain this project in this situation, that first of all, we can cooperate with farmers and also cooperate with government to make sure that there we have appropriate policy that can help to control those ester forming to the beach. And also, as we already started our project and already went to the beach and do some sampling and take some sampling of the water and know which, and also collecting some trash in the ocean, in the beach, and we know where the source is. So it's easier for us to control and find the specific group to work with it, especially raising awareness to the farmers. So it can help us also to control and improve the pollution. And how effective this project is, you know that we are students from this Department of International Program for Sustainable Development. So we are working on a project in which we have enough experience because we are learning about sustainable development. So this project is basically based on what we learn. So it's easier for us to do something that we learn in the class. So it is easier for us to maintain and improve this project. For example, as we presented, that we already go for the beach cleanup, and also we cooperate with community nearby us. So it will be easier for us because what we learn in the class is what we are practicing in the field. Thank you.
I would like also to answer question number 3, in which was asked like why we are doing the underwater survey. Actually, we are doing the underwater survey so that we can know the situation of how pollution cause effect to the marine life. And also apart from that, we are doing the underwater survey so that we can know like the whole situation of the oyster farming. Yes, that is.
Also, I would like to add a little bit more what Michael is saying about do we have experience operating a drone? Yes, we do have experience that our professor have taken us out to the Gold Coast area where he had taught us how to use a drone. So we have already been using a drone already. What do we plan on doing after Tainan in any other places? We're planning on not only using this initiative here in Tainan, but also taking it internationally to our own specific countries, such as in Belize, in Tanzania, Burundi, Eswatini. We're all international students from different places, and we're all facing not oyster farming, the effects of oyster farming, but other pollution as well. So we are planning on taking this project internationally, hopefully in the near future. And also, what we can do to make it better. Oyster farming using styrofoam is not a sustainable way of fishing, so we're planning on, educating farmers about alternatives.
Thank you to 2022 CJCU International Roots and Shoes team for their presentation. Next, please welcome Team Terrestrial Animal to the Sea from National Cheng Kung University with their proposal entitled OysterTech, Solution to Marine Debris by Combining an Artificial Reef and New Oyster Beds.
Hello everyone, we are Terrestrial Animals to the Sea. Our proposal is OysterTech, Solution to Marine Debris by Combining an Artificial Reef and New Oyster Bed. This is our content. We will introduce our project in 6 parts. Let me introduce our team. We are from different universities and departments, bringing their different backgrounds and viewpoints to stimulate each other's creativity. According to the Tainan City Bureau of Agriculture, the number of approved oyster beds in Tainan accounts for nearly half of the country's total number of oyster beds. Among them, the south of Zhenwen River uses floating frame and styrofoam buoys to farm oysters. However, the styrofoam buoys, which are not protected by sandbars, will easily break when they are hit by the wind and waves, which will easily cause marine waste pollution. In order to achieve sustainable development of Tainan's offshore environment, we hope to replace the traditional oyster farming method. The current situation description is divided into 5 parts. Oyster farming on floating frame uses oyster bed, floating equipment and ropes as the main structure, and the main waste are the raw materials of oyster bed and the styrofoam as the floating equipment. Bamboo oyster beds affect marine traffic and shore ecology when the useful life expires. Styrofoam cannot enter the biogeological cycle and will eventually return to the human body through the food chain. Water analyst waste collected by the Society of Wilderness during 541 beach cleanups between October 2004 and December 2016. According to the statistic, most of the marine debris is styrofoam balls, foam floats, and bait bugs. China city government has implemented the self-government ordinances to restrict the styrofoam balls and foam balls structure. When the oyster harvesting is completed, the fishermen should bring back all the oyster sheds, buoyancy equipment, and waste. In Tainan, the lagoon has been changed to a commercial port. Thus, the oyster farmers have to go to the outer sea for culture. Above the month of Renxi, the total area is about 1,400 hectares. Therefore, the execute location of this project is selected as the offshore area of Anping District. The location selection of artificial reefs must consider many factors such as fish species, economic benefits, and hydrological environment. We selected the area in the image after considering various conditions.
Next, we are introducing the method. The traditional one will be gradually add more and more styrofoam buoys and easily cut the sea waste production. First, our own design lets a rectangular floating frame with a length of 12 meters and a width of 8 meters be changed into a hexagonal floating raft with a side of length of 1.2 meters, and arrangement of the stream will be more efficient. Taking the same yet as a target area, the breeding area can be reduced by 11%, and arrangement of the unit shed is more feasible, which can adapt to change of coastline and channel passage paths. In addition, the unit of the new floating raft shed is changed to a small hexagonal floating raft with a side length of 1.2 meters, which can also reduce the impact of the wind and waves. The buoyancy unit and the artificial reef take a hexagon as a unit. The buoyancy unit use EPP and PE as material replace the traditional styrofoam buoy. In addition to providing poison, it can also be used as a walking platform. The stacking of arrangement of artificial reef can adapt to any terrain of the seabed. The fixed reef adapt to concrete blocks and facilitate production and delivery, and provide a new floating reef shed with fixed gravity and basic living space for marine life. The main cable of oyster bay is made of nylon cable with diameter of 20 mm as a main structure. Its rupture strength of 72.3 kN, which is much larger than the needed estimated value of 6.356 kN, indicating that the structure of the oyster bay can maintain using. We use the all-wire electric poles that can save cost to make an artificial reef material. Since the material of all-wire electric poles is similar to the reef, with the stable properties, which can have less effect to the sea.
Here is our strategy implementation. Firstly, our executive method includes two work projects: pilot oyster culture facilities, promotion and data monitoring and analysis of marine debris in oyster farming. We hope to achieve these projects by accelerating government industry cooperation and let the promotion work level by level. And secondly, here is our budget allocation to achieve the goal we set. And for the implementation, we would like to implement it by three aspects. Firstly, formulate the follow-up supporting plan for the transformation. The transformation plan for the oyster farming and floating from related industries will be subsidized by the fisheries agency and will handle the registration, management, and verification operations. Secondly, implement the floating from control and the real-name system. Implement the act in Thailand City, such as mandatory floating from marking and recycling of farming facilities. And thirdly, constructing a perfect recycle system. In addition to cooperating with the government on the recycling system, we also plan to work with enterprises to develop a recycle model from floating from production and sales to recycle. And then let's go to our expected result. We hope to accomplish it step by step and set a short-term, medium-term, and the long-term expected result. In the short-term expected result, we hope to manufacture floating from oyster beds, complete the trial calculation of hydraulic physics, and complete the checklist for evaluating the eco-friendly mechanism in the short term. Taking the sustainable marine environment as the starting point, consider the potential impact of the project on the ecological environment, and develop a plan with the least ecological impact, so as to achieve a friendly marine environment and reduce the possibility of marine debris in the oyster farming environment. And in the medium-term expected result, we hope to establish an artificial reef and a new oyster farming on a floating from an Amping, Thailand, and apply for the aquaculture license according to the Act. Then conduct the farming test at the selected implementation location. Within 3 years, the detailed design will be revised, and the possibility of subsequent ecological restoration of artificial reefs will be tracked that shows the result of whether the new oyster farming on floating from will produce less marine debris or not, and the effectiveness of oyster farming, and to determine the development possibilities for the subsequent long-term implementation. And finally, in the long-term expected result, we hope that through official and non-governmental cooperation, oyster farmers will reduce the use of styrofoam bias and change to PE and EPP bias. At the same time, we will guide the oyster farmers to use new farming techniques and establish a traceability system. We hope to create a better habitat of marine life so as to achieve the purpose of cultivating biological resources, enhancing fishery management and production. Here are our references.
Thank you for your time and attention. We would love to have the feedback and questions.
I think your team is a good demonstration of interdisciplinary team. I like you bring different backgrounds and viewpoints to stimulate your creativity. But I still have a couple of questions I want to ask you. So first, taking the oyster bed and the styrofoam as the floating equipment. So I think you need to really careful. I think the team is really careful to understand the local farming culture and try to break through the traditional practice. But I'm still thinking because the team already mentioned there are related management measures since 2017. So whether there is a relevant solution for the oyster ban already improved. So I think the team need to think about this. Second, unless the team mentioned that they will decrease the styrofoam waste to decrease or to limit marine pollution. Does the team ever think about the amount of aquaculture oyster? Would the oyster production be affected? The final question, how about the cost of your new design comparing to the traditional design? Thank you.
Here I have two questions for your team. The first one is that I wonder what is the main difference between the new type of floating bed proposed in your proposal and the current mode, the current type of alternative floating devices developed by the Thailand government. To my understanding, the new form or the new type developed by the Thailand government now is also floating and also environmentally friendly. And we know that the use of styrofoam is now banned. By regulation. So I just want to know what's the main difference between your type, between the type you develop and the traditional one, the current one used currently. The second question is that I just wonder what's the function of the artificial reef plate in this combination? Could you explain more? Thank you.
Okay, I have two questions for you. In your proposal, I see you combine the artificial reef and the oyster floating frame. And I wonder what's the benefit of combining these two together? Is there any interaction between the oyster and the reef? And the second question is, if you receive the funding and you create a floating frame as your proposal, how do you evaluate the success of the project? What do you really want to achieve? Please explain.
Okay, to me, the proposal is creative and it could be effective to reduce marine debris in oyster farming. Very impressive indeed. However, to make the new design practically feasible, we have to consider the cost, just as the Dr. Ke pointed out. It is usually one of the top issues. Could you briefly explain the cost effectiveness of the new design? Thank you.
I think this proposal is very interesting, but still has some challenge. And is any pilot study to show the hexagon buoyancy platform is doable and works on the sea surface? And the second question is, it looks this platform rely on the artificial reef. So if the artificial reef is not available, what's your plan to solve the problem? Thank you.
Thank you for above question. And for the first question, we hope to solve the problem with the with this kind of styrofoam, and we will build an experiment and core the process of using new floating frame oyster beds and providing the data to both administrator and fishermen, showing the advantage of using this type of shed. Try to use some positive results to convince them. And the cost, we want to we expect to spend is about 30,000, because although this price is kind of high, but it will bring more efficient to the oyster farmer, and it will let the oyster farmer want to use it more than the traditional one. So we believe we can keep to doing it. And the second is the most different usage of this model is that our styrofoam type is hexagon styrofoams, and this kind of foam will cost more efficient. Will bring more efficiency that can take more oyster on it. And for the third professor to ask us the intersection between oyster styrofoam and the buoys is that artificial reef can provide a new floating raft shed with fixed gravity and benthic living, and the stacking and the range of artificial reefs can adapt to many terrain as the seabed. So we think that the oyster foam can combine with the artificial reef that can let the arrange of the unit shed is more flexible, and which can adapt to the change of coastline and the channel passage path. So not only taking the sim ill as the target area, the breeding area can be reduced by 11%, and also provide a new floating raft shed with fixed gravity and beneath living space for marine life. So we do believe that the intersection between artificial reef and our floating foam is working. And how to achieve if the artificial reef can use? We felt that the most important one is that our floating foam is a kind of like hexagons one, and the advantage is that the hexagons can bring more efficient to culture oysters. So we do believe that if we can use artificial reef, that the hexagon floating foam can still be used, and it can also bring some new efficiency. And because consider if this kind of styrofoam buoys that we can consider this kind of styrofoam, and we can try to let the oyster farm to use this kind of floating foam, and not to let our design just broken up. And all about this study is that in fact we just use hope our new all the designers are new trying to let the culturing system more.
Thank you to the team, Terrestrial Animal to the Sea, for their presentation. Next, Team Ray's family from National Taiwan Ocean University with their proposal entitled Return of the Water Lanterns.
来看到今年的基隆中原祭迈入第167年，而被文化部列为第1号国家无形文化资产，其中的重头戏就是释放水头灯。不过海洋大学团队指出，在释放过后的水头灯并没有妥善的拆卸，沉入了海底，加上普渡使用的纸钱，也让海中留下了满满的垃圾。
中元祭过后，基隆八斗子望海巷海底随处可见水头灯留下的电线，还有大型支架。
因为这个都没拆开，所以大家都可以发现这个电线，这个都在水里面。
本该是一片清澈的海底世界，却充满漂浮的黄色纸张，都是中原普渡最常见的纸钱。靠近一看，还有一捆捆纸钱，连橡皮筋都没拆掉。基隆中元祭传承167年，是文化部指定的第1号国家无形文化资产。释放水头灯更是活动的重头戏科仪。不过一夜的热闹欢腾过后，却在海中留下了人类活动的痕迹。
底座其实是一个很大的关键问题，我们为了让它浮起来，所以早期会用一些保丽龙，那现在已经有减少了，但是还是有很多还是使用保丽龙当底座，而这些保丽龙呢融化了之后，其实都还是在海里面。
水头灯的保丽龙底座，还有上面的装饰级电灯，都成为大自然无法分解的垃圾。海洋大学团队表示，如果回到古法，将底座改用竹子，并减少未燃烧的纸钱，或许就可以大幅改善，在文化传承以及环境永续之间取得平衡。记者蔡志恒基隆报道。
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Chang. I'm a city councilor of Keelung City, Taiwan. I'm great and honored to cooperate with Reef family. Outstanding team to reduce garbage from the very traditional festival in Taiwan, Keelung. We call it Keelung Post Festival. We want to cooperate with these guys not only to reduce the garbage, but also to make a sustainable festival in this very beautiful local city.
Hello everyone, I'm very honored to have this opportunity to share our proposal about ocean crisis. We are Reef family from National Taiwan Ocean University, and our proposal is return of the water lanterns. So everything starts with Keelung Ghost Festival. It's a very important folk festival in Taiwan, listed as one of the 12 local festivals in Taiwan. Also, in 2008, was appointed as national cultural property. The Keelung Ghost Festival has been held since 1855. And it has been held for more than 160 years, attract hundreds and thousands of people to celebrate every year. The festival will last for a month event with 15 ceremonies, but the most important event is release the water lantern. Each clan association will make a lantern, so there are 12 lanterns in total. The first section is Water Lantern Parade. They will drive around the Keelung downtown. The second section is conduct religious rite and pray for blessing, spread the spirit money to cherish ancestors. The third section is burn the water lantern and release it. Last year, we participated the Keelung Ghost Festival Parade and the water lantern release event in August. And this is the documentary we made. The event is so popular, even the mayor and Keelung government all participated. And this is how they release the lantern. They will burn the spirit money in lantern. Then there will be some diver leading the lantern to outer sea.
今天是农历的7月15号，昨天望海上放了水灯，然后昨天我们有过来看一下放水灯精彩的状况，昨天放烟火。那今天早上我们就过来先做个水下调查。
Last year, we did an underwater investigation after the lantern released, and there are we found. And here are the problems we found. Water lantern styrofoam and spirit money cannot be recycled. The event is not open to the public, reduced public participation. The event has high cultural and historical value, but no complete record. Our team consists of 6 people. 5 of us are students of Ocean University, and Sean is concealman of Keelung, and Professor Ray is our conductor. The issue we concerned is, number 1, water lantern recycling problems. Number 2, water lanterns cause ocean pollution. Number 3, material is not environmental friendly. Number 4, people, especially younger people, they are not familiar with festivals, and the culture is fading. Here's the solution 1. Install GPS on water lantern to track the lantern. You can see where the lantern flows so that the lantern can be recycled in the future. This is the GPS test. We install GPS on SUP to track where we go. Solution 2. Water lantern resume. The resume records the manufacture of water lanterns, involved materials, history, and craftsmanship as official certification. Solution 3. Establish water lantern cultural website to introduce Keelung Ghost Festival and also use as an important cultural and historical archive and database. Solution 4, we will make a film of the ceremony to lantern events and after the event to record what we had been through. Solution 5, to increase public participation, we designed a lantern DIY course to increase public's attention and concerning. Through experiential learning, people can learn the culture and structure of water lanterns to promote the importance of environmental friendly concepts. Solution 6. Through the investigation of underwater, we conduct water quality surveys and biological species. So last week, our team went to Wanhai Alley again to conduct water quality survey.
接下来采这个是 B 点，那接下来采 C 点，在湾口的位置。今天是第一次试采样，今天是2022年的4月12号。那目前在采样的是前面是我们海大瑞士家族的幸春，然后后面的是师姐。
The waves were very strong and the temperature was under 12 Celsius.
你们几个行不行啊？赶快上船！师姐，你先上去啊。
Yes, the waves were a little bit dangerous today, but we did get a lot of samples, which is a good start. And this is our stage results. The Keelung Ghost Festival is on August, so we need to set up everything before July. So our goals are, the first one, we want to raise the issue of water lantern recycling. Second, we design production resume to record lantern building process. Third, through the course we design to increase public participation. And the last one, we hope Keelung Ghost Festival could match SDGs 14, conserve and sustainably use ocean, seas, and marine resources to be a sustainable folk festival. And we are honored that our action had taken seriously and reported by various media. And we hope more and more people start concerning our tradition and our ocean. Innovation tradition flows lantern back. We are Ray's family from National Ocean University. Thank you.
The team found the 3 from Keelung Ghost Festival culture to the environment and talked about how to take into account the concept of culture and environmental protection to carry out this project. I think this idea had a definitely social contribution. I have 2 questions for the team. First, although the water lantern is equipped with GPS, it may still be difficult to recycle due to the design size and ocean current. So the team may need further consider whether it will be whether it will become a disposable waste after recycling. Second, the size of plastic particles fluctuated gradually and may not be decomposed immediately. Therefore, after the event, can measurements truly reflect the pollution situation of the event? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this puzzle is quite interesting and interesting. And but I just wonder, the team tried to locate the water lantern, right, and try to retrieve them back. But I'm just curious that how they retrieve back the water lanterns, even though they know the GPS. But I think this is quite very labor intensive and maybe quite dangerous for the people dispatched to collect them. So would you please specify more on how to retrieve lantern back to the shore? And the second question is that when the water lanterns are retrieved back, will they be just disposed of and treated as the garbage, or the team will try to recycle them and use them for the next year's festival? Thank you very much.
I have two questions for you. Can you be more specific on the water quality monitoring? In your video, I saw a lot of garbage. Why don't you weigh the garbage you collect instead of sampling for the microplastic? I think in your case, that the microplastic is so trivial that you should have focused on the macro debris that you can observe with your naked eyes. The second question is that what is the relationship between the water lantern and the microplastic? Which part of the lantern that you think is easily fragmented into microplastic? Please explain.
This is an impressive proposal to me. I'm happy to see that young students are interested in an old and local cultural event and its consequences on the marine environmental impact. I have two questions for you. For the first one, in the video, you talked about the issue of water lantern recycling. What is your detailed plan to make the recycling? Which parts are going to be recycled? As you know, water lanterns are usually burned after they are released on the water. So I'm wondering how you can make it. For the second question, most of the activities you plan in this proposal are culture-oriented. Could you please describe how they are related to the ocean sustainability? Thank you.
I like your proposal very much, and I think it is well prepared. My major concern is there any other area in Taiwan that have similar festival like this? And for your proposal, except the Keelung doable, is there any other area you can apply it so you have a larger impact in Taiwan? Thank you.
I'm Sean Chang. I'm City Councilor of Keelung, Taiwan. First, thanks for all your comments. Since being elected to be a city councilor, I'm always looking for a team to practice the UN SDGs. As everybody knows, since 2015 to 2013, we are going to make our world our only one global sustainable. So especially work together for the SDGs 14, life below water. Because Keelung, same with Taiwan island, near with the ocean. So to join this plan with Rain's family is really a good opportunity, and great to do this. As you know, Keelung Ghost Festival is a very famous festival, and it's, until now it has been more than 160 years. And not only this festival in Keelung City, since I said Taiwan is an island, we have lots of related or events we related or we host and happened in near ocean or coast. So I think like a local temple, they also have something like an anniversary or the temple's god's birthday. Well, have some similar event like a Keelung Ghost Festival. Okay, nowadays I'm joining this plan and playing a role as a bridge between the team and the Keelung City government and NGOs which host this festival. We are not only thinking about how to make all the garbage disappear, but also make the ocean and this very famous and longest festival sustainable. Next, we want to invite our teammate Peyton to answer other questions.
Hi everyone, I'm Patton. For the question which has been asked about, I would like to thank for this chance to answer more details of us. Our team has been doing sampling the investigating area for 3 times so far to test the quality of water and evaluating the polluting materials. We have cooperated with marine environmental engineering investigation specialists, Dr. Lin and Dr. Shi. The samples are divided as the group microplastics and macroplastics. As for microplastics, the range is from 5 mm to 30 mm. And as for microplastics, under 5 mm. The marine scientist, Dr. Lin, has been doing the research of microplastics and the influence between it and the ocean. Dr. Shi has been doing the research of microplastics. We cooperated with the professional labs which are standing for Dr. Lin and Dr. Shi's. We have strong and close relationship between our labs, and the thesis we are working on at present is marine plastic snow, to see how it's generated and the impact of it. Based on all this, National Taiwan Ocean University is like a big family. Between labs and labs, we are strong backups to each other, and we do our profession to help each other. And that's why we can do the research, but not with limited profession. Thank you. Next, Hannah will have more specific and detailed introductions.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Hannah. So for the question, the lantern actually made mostly with the spirit money, and most the base on the GPS will install on the base of the water lantern, which is the incomposable material that we made during the all the process. So we install the GPS on the base, and it won't flow that far to the ocean. Instead, they will flow back to the beach. So during this time, we will conduct a clean beach activity to recycle the lantern, and we design a course to develop the festival development. So here are our response. Thank you for listening. Innovation tradition flows lanterns back. We are
Reef family.
Thank you to Team Reef family for their presentation. Now, please welcome Team MP Era from National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology with their proposal entitled Microplastic Eater.
Hello, we are Team MP Era. My name is Lucy and I'm a leader of this team. Our team members include Charles, David, Danny, Jason, Kevin, and Ruby. Our topic is microplastic eater, another AUV in order to remove microplastic on the water. For our topic, we will start with brief introduction to demonstrate the keystone of MP Eater. Next, we will discuss the current situation of deteriorating marine plastic pollution, but follow issue analysis and move on to solution, strategy of execution, and finally, expected benefit.
So here is our introduction. 2 key parts of our project are the design of microplastic filter and the sea glider like AUV. First, we decided to use an AUV because we want our device to be sustainable and capable of carrying out underwater mission in the most cost-effective way. Second, microplastic filter is inspired by the spatial structure for filter fitted in manta ray. Since protons manta rays have the same size as microplastic. Combining these two elements, we can obtain a recyclable device which can automatically clean up microplastic in the sea and report the data collected back on land for further studying.
Next, let's talk about the current situation of the plastic pollution in the ocean. Research revealed there are at least 14 million tons of plastic end up in the ocean every year. That is more than a truck of plastic is dumped into the ocean every minute, accounting for 80% of marine debris and killing countless lives in the ocean. It is said that if we proceed to live like this, by the year 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean. However, people are now aware of this problem, and many projects have been held to fight against it, such as ocean cleanup and beach cleanups. Yet, the trickiest thing is, plastic debris fragment into microplastics by ultraviolet radiation. These tiny particles are found everywhere, from highest mountain on Earth to deepest trench, and even in our body. Until today, we still not have reliable method to clean them, nor do we have abundant information telling us where they are and how they behave.
Now move on to the next part, issue analysis. We will discuss the harms microplastic bring in the three aspects, from health, economy, and ecology.
Microplastic enter the food chain easily due to its small size. By magnification, each one of us consumes immense amount of microplastic, about the weight of a credit card per year. Moreover, several experiments indirectly showed that microplastic could cause allergic reaction and even death of cells, although the mechanism of harm is still unclear. It is certain that microplastic pose a great threat to our health.
Second, from an economy point of view, microplastic and plastic which are washed back to shore damage the scenery of the coastline, linked to the decline of the traveler numbers. Thus, the local tourism income will considerably reduce. The fishery and the offshore aquaculture industry could experience immeasurable financial loss, since the fish catch and the clams produced are all polluted by microplastic, which are harmful to our body. The consumers wouldn't purchase the polluted seafood once they know they are harmful.
From ecology point of view, nutrition arrested development, repression of reproduction, and even death are observed on sea animals. This could lead to extinction of many species and break the balance of food chain. A disastrous situation could even slow down biological pump, lower the carbon dioxide storing rate, and enhance global warming. The catastrophe needs to be dealt immediately before it is too late.
To solve this crisis, we propose a novel device, microplastic ether, to filter microplastics and collect data in distant and deep sea. For the first straight device, we hope to build it recyclable and eco-friendly. To achieve this, biomimic is taken into consideration. Filter feeders like ascidians and manta ray have a high-efficiency filter organs for ingesting plankton, which is about the same size as the microplastic. Here is the picture illustrating the structure of our filter. You can see that the unique shape of the filter mesh will keep the microplastic inside the tube, which leads to the collection tank and only allow clean water to pass. These collected microplastic are thus trapped in the device. Microplastic ether is formed by combining the filter with the AUV sea glider. As in the picture, it is equipped with sensors, antenna, lithium batteries, and hydraulic pump. Sensors would detect some critical parameter like depth, temperature, etc. Antenna will send the data and the position of the microplastic ether to the base. Battery would expected to last for 6 to 10 months. Pump will modify the buoyancy, let it dive into the deep sea. As for deployment, it can simply be dropped and picked up by the small fishery boat, and it is therefore cost-effective.
Strategies of execution can be divided into 3 phases. First, prototype stage. Second, merging stage. Third, release stage. We will first make a prototype and test it offshore in Anping Port or Xiziwan. If it comes off, we then move to Taiwan Strait to see its stability and effectiveness. First, prototype stage. We will make a prototype of the biomimic filter and test its efficiency in the lab, a controllable condition. Through several trials and errors, we hope to optimize its performance and durability. As for the sea glider AUV, we would like to consult and work with institutes such as National Applied Research Laboratory, Washington University, and Kongsberg Underwater Technology if possible. Second, merging stage. We would combine and coordinate the AUV and filter, then test the prototype in the coastline area, and try to handle problems in the real situation. Third, release stage. Microplastic ether will get engaged in a mission related to filtering the microplastic and absorption.
In this post-pandemic era, increasing demand for single-use plastics have further deteriorated the situation. If the use of plastic is necessary evil during this period, and the production of microplastic is inevitable, at least we can still make an effort to filter them out from the ocean and lessen the damage to the marine ecosystem. Three future expectations to this technology are: first, collect and recycle microplastics in the ocean, contribute to circular economy. Second, construct a database and open for everyone to access. Third, a company with big data analysis and AI to build a more realistic model of microplastic distribution for future research. Hopefully, with microplastic ether, we can achieve sustainable development and maintain marine biodiversity and to a healthier, better future. Thank you for listening.
I like you use biomimetics to develop your project, but I still have the couple questions I want to ask you. First, I want to ask the team, why did you select manta ray? Did the team think that the manta ray will absorb or filter more microplastic? Please give us more information. Second, according to your slide, it looks like that water flow would not go into the machine. That means would not go into the manta ray, the body of the manta ray. So can you explain again about how you design your machine? Thank you.
This proposal is quite innovative in terms of applying the bionic theories in the field of the pollution control. But here I have two minor questions. The first one is that I think it's quite similar to the one proposed by Dr. Ke. And I just wonder, you try to incorporate the properties of manta rays, seed growth into the design of the microplastic eater. But I just wonder, what are the specific properties of these marine organisms that you can try to use in your design? And the second, when the microplastic was collected in the microplastic eater, how you further dispose of these microplastic? Thank you.
Okay. I have two technical questions related to your design. First, do you have idea of how efficient is your glider? What is the volume of seawater being filtered every day? The second, does the glider equipped with sensor that can detect microplastic and move toward them? Do you evaluate how much microplastic the device can collect every day? Okay.
Okay, I have two questions too. But the first one is similar to the last reviewer. I'm wondering how much microplastics can be eaten by your microplastic eater a day. Do you have any estimated data to show? And number two, when we talk about the microplastics, the size ranges from 5 millimeter to 10 nanometers. What size range is the target to your eater machine, and why? Thank you.
This proposal is very interesting for the idea, but I think the timeline of the project is very long, and also the budget are very high. So is any possible to shorten the timeline and cost down the budget? On the other hand, is any concept of the minimum viable product, the MVP, for this project? Thank you.
So, the first question, why we decide to use a manta ray for our design? It's because that we have had several research showing that manta ray, this specific filter feeder, have a special apparatus in their body, and when the water flows in from their mouth, it will first be filtered by the apparatus, and then the clean water passes through the gills and then out of the body. But the microplastic will get ricocheted off by the apparatus of the manta ray. So we think since it is a very efficient design by the nature, so we think that it has a high potential to use it as a novel filter to filter out microplastics. And secondly, since the water will go from the front of our microplastic eater, and then leave the microplastic eater from the outlet in the back. And when the water first flows in, it will first encounter the mesh, same as the manta rays apparatus in their mouth, and then the microplastic will be kept inside the cavity and to the collection box, and the water flows out the up the mesh and then leaves our microplastic ether. And
besides, in terms of the carrying devices, we referred to the Domestic Research Institute, the Sea Glider, and to combine the bionics and some electrical devices. And the most important thing is to see the installation of seismic detector, and our filter is a little bit similar to this installation on a seismic detector, so we want to carry our filter in this way.
As for the budget, because our course would be put more emphasis on its filter system and AUV's innovation, and so for the AUV structure design, we will hope to use a cooperation with the related company or research institute like National Student University and Taiwan Ocean Research Institute, etc., to reduce some budget on developing the AUV device.
The timeline is a bit long, I know, but it's there's a possibility that we can make the timeline shorter, but we think that if we do a thorough research and collect any useful data, it would be so we can have many results and we can compare each result, so we can conclude a better concept, and then we will have a better product. So yeah.
As for the size of the targeting our targets, as for the size of microplastic that we target, since manta rays eats planktons ranging from.
Thank you to Team MP Era for their presentation. Next, please welcome Team 海洋青学 from National Sun Yat-sen University with their proposal entitled Applying Multi-Criteria Decision-Making and System Dynamics to Explore Marine Debris Issues and Design an Environmental Education Process.
Hello, everyone. We are ocean advocates for a young mind team. Our topic is applying multi-criteria decision-making and system dynamics to explore marine debris issues and design an environmental education process. And I'll start from the ocean first. The ocean accounts for about 70% of the total surface area of the Earth. It's the largest life support system in the world. In addition to nurturing marine organisms, it's also an important part of helping regulate the climate. Besides, it can also develop power generation for human use. However, with the rapid development of economy, a large amount of garbage is produced, but is not properly recycled. The random disposal of garbage and the lack of complete planning of landfills have led to a large amount of garbage flowing to the ocean. Garbage flowing to the sea will not only cause harm to our natural ecosystem and species, but will eventually affect human beings, which will not only lead to economic losses, but even cause health concerns. As for Taiwan, this picture is the classification ratio of marine waste material in 2019. As you can see from these charts, the proportion of plastic is about 19%, And according to the statistic of the Society of Oneness, about 70% of their users are mainly food packaged. Moreover, the survey shows that the number of marine debris cleaned up is increasing year by year. In addition, due to the prevalence of COVID-19 in recent years, delivery platform and online shopping have become popular, gradually changing our dining and living habits, resulting in a sharp increase in the amount of disposable packaging waste. Therefore, we hope to improve environmental awareness through education and combine our research to reduce marine debris from the source. And lastly, to contribute to the sustainable development of the ocean.
Because most current studies focus on specific area for case studies, few studies explore the generation of marine debris in a cross-disciplinary way and try to solve them. We hope to establish a set of research procedures and set of educational models that are useful not just for elementary school students, but also to experts. Let me explain our steps. The Geofan method is a research method that enables anonymous access to expert opinion, and we use it to extract the key indicators of experts on marine debris issue. The DMP method, dimensional based on AMP, is a hybrid DM model generated by combining the decision-making trial and evaluation laboratory method and the analytic network program method, which can describe the strength of the correlation between different indicators. We use the DMP method to determine the weight of each criteria. We can use the correlation of key in the marine debris issue to build a system dynamics model. System dynamics is a method that can simulate complex dynamics by computer. We use the indicator correlation found by DAMP to draw causal loops diagram and make it into stock flow diagram for easy simulation. Simultaneously, we will sort out the current marine waste disposal method in Taiwan and use the TOPSIS method to evaluate the importance of each, so as to design the teaching content clearly. In teaching part, based on the idea of the core literacy of the 12-year National Basic Education Curriculum and Environmental Education, we developed a teaching project. Our team construct a system dynamics model to evaluate change in marine debris and simulate relevant policy scenarios in order to find out the planning and management strategies to solve marine debris problem from a comprehensive economic, environmental, and social perspective. During lessons, the learner will operate the detailed data in the simulator, and the simulation result will be displayed based from the various indicators. We teach students to understand the concept of the feedback loops, use the systemic thinking, so as to enhance the students' environmental awareness and implement the hands-on practice.
So our target learners are grade 6 elementary school students. The course is with a total of 2 sessions, and our learning objectives are as follows. So the first one is to know the source of marine debris and be able to operate the platform interface and articulate the relationship between human activities and climate change. And the second one is to let students brainstorm solutions to reduce marine debris by using the data and the results from the simulator. Then the third one is that each group has to practice designing a practical project. And the last one is that the whole class will choose one of the best plan and implement it together. And then after teaching, we will record the process of instruction and upload the lesson plan online. We hope to share the resource to the public and also so that other teachers can refer to our teaching examples and implement them in their class. And through this project, we expect students to implement reduction of marine debris in their lives. In addition to that, we are also expecting the students will be encouraged that our small actions can slow down the speed of the Earth's destruction. At present, we have completed the following tasks. First, we have collected relevant documents and other data. Then the second, we have also established indicators based from the inputs of the 9 carefully chosen experts from the academia, the government, and the NGO. And then the third one is that we have already developed the causal feedback diagram from the DANP survey, which shows a relationship between the indicators from where the preliminary line flow diagram was established. And then from this, we will conduct the TOPSIS questionnaire and use the Stella software to establish a complete system dynamics on the issue of marine debris learning model and convert it into an online simulator to facilitate the design of the teaching content.
Although our project is aimed at teaching elementary school students about environmental education, we also hope that our research can be helpful to average people and even to experts, to help average people understand the urgency of the issue, and to provide a more comprehensive illustration to experts. The following are the advantages of the project. The first one, this study is also beneficial to integrate complicated systems into simpler, cost-effective, time-efficient, and readily available model. In addition, we have created research process not only for marine debris issues, but also for education on other environmental issues. The second, students can get specific and obvious cause and effects of pollution when operating the simulator. The third, the platform of dynamic simulator can raise public's environmental awareness. The fourth, the dynamic simulator of marine debris is a helpful tool for teacher and lecturer environmental issue in class. The fifth, lesson plan design confers to the spirit of core literacy of the curricular guidelines of 12-year basic education, cultivating students to have the knowledge, ability, and attitude about protecting the environment and for them to adapt to current life as well as to face future challenges. And this is our budget control. Total expenses is $92,970 NT. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy our presentation.
For the team, education is undoubtedly the important and fundamental way to minimize marine pollution. I like your idea, but I still have 2 questions I want to ask you. First, who will be your planned audience? Elementary school students? If your planned audience are elementary school students, why you choose them? If not, who will be your audience? Second, in your objective, you mentioned the whole class can choose one of the best plan and implement it together. However, I want to ask you how can you define which one is the best plan? The plan can decrease as much as marine debris, or the plan can use the most efficient manpower. Thank you.
This is a very, in my view, this is a very academic proposal, academic research. But I just wonder, there are many ways to practice environmental education for students and even for the general public. But this team select a very complex one, incorporating a very difficult to understand dynamic system and also the multi-criteria decision making into making environmental education material. So I just wonder, when you use this complex model rather than a simple one, if the traditional one and the one you propose can fulfill the purpose of environmental education, would you please emphasize or specify the strong points of your proposal that cannot be realized by the traditional environmental education materials? This is the key question I would like to ask. And the second one is the minor one. I just wonder how much the cost or efforts need to be put in devising this material. Thank you.
I have two questions for you. First, how do you compare your TOPSIS result with your system dynamic model? What if the results are not consistent? How do you make policy recommendation? The second, you use a lot of multi-criteria decision-making tool in this analysis. For example, you have Delphi, you have DAMP, and TOPSIS. I want to ask you, why are you using so many tools? Are they complementary to each other? Please explain.
Oh, I am very happy to find that there are teachers devoted to the issue of the marine environmental protection and attempting to integrate the issue in the daily teaching. The proposal looks complicated to me in the theoretical background. So I have two questions for you. Number one is, could you please show what outcome you are expecting in this project? Number two, I would like to ask one of the team members, Miss Chen Meiyan. I guess you are an elementary school teacher in fine art. Could you please share how you will use the outcome of this project in your daily teaching? Thank you.
I also think this proposal is very research oriented, like a research project. Then I wondering, is there any target area you want to conduct this research, and what's the reason you choose that area? And the target student you say is the sixth grader. I'm wondering, are they good for this education program? Thank you.
We think most of the current teaching is focused on isolated knowledge. For example, if we want to teach students to reduce waste, we will only tell them not to litter or not to buy too many things. Few people mention that it may create other problems in different aspects, such as affecting our economy, society, and so on. Hence, we expect to teach students systematic thinking in class by operating the simulator to observe impact and try to figure out the problems. And we may think the simulator is too difficult for students, but we think we will make this platform easier for students to use. And we will try our best to make the platform easier. Since logical thinking and problem solving has been added in curricular guidelines of 12-year basic education. Also, the issue of marine debris is getting more and more attention. Then we think it is time to solve problems from education. When we choose sixth grade as our target learner, because we think this issue is important for the young children. If they can build up the concept of the marine debris, and it can be applied in the future. And also, it's not only about learning knowledge of marine debris, but also deal with problems in a more objective and comprehensive way when facing any issue in the future. And the next part, we will invite Yijun to explain.
Okay, thanks to Meiyan. And about why we use a lot of the method is about every method have different function like we use dimension like define the key criteria of our research and use DMP to found the condition about our criteria and use topics to that our research can be useful to experts. And we use SD, we will use the history data to compare with our model. If they are similar, we can say the model that we build is useful. Okay, so overall, we are not only thinking about the success of this competition, but also hope to establish a research process that is not only useful to experts, but also to education. Our team members come from different countries, different majors, and different grades of students. It symbolizes that we are an international and professional team. Our plan has not yet implemented in the current research, and there may be imperfections, but we keep improving. Then the most budget is tables because the educational theme of system thinking is not only used to reduce marine debris, but we also expect to apply it to other topics in the future. For example, we are currently preparing the teaching plan for the fishery change in Tainan Qigu. So we hope that the tables can meet the requirement of teaching and be durable enough to maximize benefits. At the same time, we continue to improve and revise our research and hope that one day we can make contribution to academic and society. That is our response. Thank you.
Thank you to the team 海洋经学 for their presentation. We will now take a short break. The result will be announced very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ocean Challenge 2022. Now we have come to the final stage of the competition. The results are already in my hands. Before that, I would like to invite the Kaohsiung Branch Chief of the American Institute in Taiwan, Mr. Mason Yu, and the Deputy Minister of the Ocean Affairs Council, Dr. Qing Biao-Cai, to say a few words to our finalists.
Deputy Minister Cai, Dr. Wardell, judges, participants, and everyone joining us at this year's Virtual Ocean Challenge. Good afternoon. Thank you for all your support towards a very successful event. This is my third time being part of Ocean Challenge. I am very proud of AIT's involvement in transforming Ocean Challenge from a regional high school event to an international contest with high school, college, and young adult teams who have presented innovative solutions to pressing ocean conservation issues such as marine debris, coral reef bleaching, and the acidification of the sea. We are glad to see more local young professionals and international high school teams join us this year. All of your presentations have demonstrated an impressive amount of passion, creativity, and thoughtfulness in tackling the vital work of conserving our oceans. The success of this event is a testament to the cooperation between the United States and Taiwan on ocean conservation. The broad and diverse participation at this event underscores how working to solve environmental challenges together is something that can bring us even closer, regionally and internationally. I hope you will all continue applying your passion, energy, and innovative thinking to creating a healthier future for our oceans. Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone, for successfully going through the Ocean Challenge competition. I'm so pleased that you decided to join us this year. I must say, I'm very impressed by the presentations I heard over these past 2 days. You are bringing a spirit of teamwork and a dedication to the solutions that you come up with. You have dived straight into some of the most challenging ocean issues that we all have to grapple with. I think your contribution of innovative ideas will stretch far beyond this competition, and that is going to shape the future of our ocean. I hope that this year's Ocean Challenge will be a sweet memory for all the contestants, whether you win the prize or not. To me, everyone is the winner as you have challenged yourself to step on the stage, overcome your anxiety, and deliver your presentation. Before the announcement of the winners, I would like to acknowledge the importance of the judges, Vice President Chen Jianhong, Professor Ke Jiayun, Professor Chen Zhanglin, Professor Liu Dagang, and Dr. Huan Tongyin. Without their commitment and wise decisions, we would not get the winners for today's competition. So again, thank you for being generous with your time and your wisdom. Last but certainly not least, thank you all for your participation and congratulations to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Now, I'm so honored to announce the winners for this year's competition. Starting from Category A, college and graduate school teams. 5th place goes to MP Era from National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology. 4th place goes to 海洋青学 from the National Sun Yat-sen University. 3rd place goes to 2022 CJCU International Rules and Shoots team from Changrong Christian University. 2nd place goes to Terrestrial Animal to the Sea from National Chengong University. And our first prize winner goes to Ray's family from National Taiwan Ocean University. Congratulations to all the winners. Next, category B, high school teams. 5th place goes to Environmental Recovery Organization from Kaohsiung Municipal Kaohsiung Senior High School. Fourth place goes to FIPA from Kangchao International School. Third place goes to Ocean Savers from Taipei Fuxing Private School. Second place goes to FGC from Morrison Academy Kaohsiung. And our first prize winner goes to the Terminator of Marine Discarded Face Masks from Kaohsiung Municipal Ruixiang High School. Congratulations to all the winners. Next, category C, young professional teams. Third place goes to Mazu Fish Conservation Union, Taiwan. Second place goes to Asia. And our first prize winner goes to Indigo Waters Institute. Congratulations to all the winners. Last, category D, international school teams. The 5th place goes to Desi from Vietnam. Fourth place goes to Hero of Ocean from Vietnam. Third place goes to Under the Sea from Vietnam. Second place winner goes to Ocean Z from Vietnam. And our first prize winner goes to Sarahan from Malaysia. Congratulations to all the winners. Now is the time that everybody is waiting for. The winner of this year's Best Proposal Award goes to Indigo Waters Institute. Please give them a big round of applause. That's all for this year's Ocean Challenge event. On behalf of the American Institute in Taiwan and Ocean Affairs Council, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our participants and all of you for supporting us to make this virtual event a success. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again next year.